Oh boy. It has been years since I've sat down for a Holly Bridge stream. So, 6 hours of sleep and a Polybit stream. For those of you that don't know, I mean, just look at previous Polybridge streams to see that it's taken me 12 hours in some cases to complete one simple as bridge puzzle. It's not even a puzzle. You're literally just building a bridge. It's not even supposed to be really a puzzle. I mean, some are puzzles, but for the most part, it's just bridge creation. And it's taken me 12 hours to make, basic, simple bridges. Before we get into this, I am not an engineer, nor have I ever looked in a bridge building or anything like that. I have no idea, and I am completely lost when it comes to building even the basics of bridges. I don't know tensegrity, I don't know any of that. I just connect dots and hope bridge doesn't fall. When bridge don't fall, or when bridge falls, I make bridge thicker. So I don't know any of the secrets, and I would very much welcome any type of excess help that I can get in actually completing these goddamn bridges. Now, what I don't want is some jackass looking at the solution or a solution in somebody else's video or somebody who's previously played and knows the answer to just say, "Oh, you need to do this." Well, that's fucking lame. Even I can look up the answer and then talk shit about how somebody else can't find a solution to a particular issue. That's lame. And I hate when specifically kids do that shit. Because an adult would be like, "Hey man, I looked the shit up and the bridge looks something like this." And they'll actually try to give you hints and shit and try to help you. Most kids you run across are like, "Oh, you suck. You're lame. You don't know how to do this fucking solution." When they literally just looked at a video like 2 minutes ago. And it's like, bruh, I guarantee you couldn't fucking do the same shit. You use Google. I'm not. And I've completed, most of my, let's switch this one over. Now, I've completed most of the game without looking at any type of solutions or anything like that. But like I said, help is very much welcome. Like on this, I've 100%ed that, and that. And then they went back in and added in more maps, and now they added in a whole new world and all of that, and I've only completed a couple in this particular world because I just don't understand how bridges and, all of that shit work. You know? I'm a mechanical guy, not a bridge guy. I'm not an engineer. But anyway, here's the setup. We're not on hard mode, at least, yeah, we're not on any type of, like, challenge level or anything like that, which, I mean, I've 100%ed as far as I could go challenge-wise, but I haven't completed this on regular to unlock the challenge levels. So, like, this shit, you only have $100,000 and a little bit of budget and things like that. I have no idea what this particularly expects from me, and I think the solution I tried in the past is having B, being the dump truck, hold this into place and like push that up to like hold this track in. But then I was like, how am I going to do that? And that's where I left off on this one, I'm pretty sure. Because the helicopter comes through, and somehow I think I need to, I have chat in like the dumbest place, by the way. Let me move this down. Like, actually sit where I want you to sit, though. Come on, chat. Sure. Good enough for now. But yeah, doing this, somehow a mechanism, at least I think a mechanism needs to be employed to where as you push this, this somehow pushes that shit up. And then I guess something would lock this particularly in place here for this to go across and then go back across. But I have no fucking idea how they expect me to do that shit. At all. 0%. So I have a bridge, you know, built, and I left myself like 25 grand to try and design a mechanism for that. But this is as far as I've gotten on this particular set. That goes across and touches that, but this isn't holding that in place, so the thing just falls through. And I have no idea, because I am not an engineer, on how you would make something that snaps into place. I don't have access to hydraulics, so I can't double click this and make it a joint or anything like that. So I'm just kind of lost in the sauce at the moment on how they expect me to do that. I guess since it's called leverage, instead of pushing that, I could technically create something that as this goes across to this side, something pops this and like locks this into place like up like that. I could do it that way as well. Just have something, you know, literally use leverage. It hits something over here. This side slides up into this place right here and locks in or stays there. And then the car can go across. Oops, wrong one. Is it this one? Does this plane come twice? No, it's just A, B, C, then D. So, plane goes, B goes across, C goes across, and then goes back across. Still, I just don't know how I can get something to hold that in place. Just fucking lost. I mean, this ain't a bad start, but I mean, this is going to have to activate something to put this up. As of now, the only thing I really see is either something pushing this up into place or weight and hitting something here makes something rotate on this side up into place. But there's probably a simpler solution that I'm just not seeing right now. I mean, to be honest with you, I could probably attach something to like springs or something and then put something underneath this to hold it down, and then when this moves, that pops back up into place. Something weird like that. I don't know. The plane goes first though, yeah? I'd literally have to set springs like super high tension, like there and there though, right underneath that for that to work. Then attach that to this right underneath. And then attach that down here. Then when this gets off of that, that'll shoot up. Hopefully around this area to where that can go across. But that's convoluted as fuck. I feel like I'm playing Trackmania again. I mean, it would be a simple solution. So I have 2 springs for something. Actually, instead of doing that, how about we reverse what I say and have the springs come to the bottom? What the hell happened there? If I fully, well, compress these about 40%. How far up do these go? 40% is not enough. It's 100% compressed look like. 100% maybe? Yeah, it looks like 100% might actually sit it there. Is this cheesing it? I don't remember how to... There we go. Is this cheese? There is a triangulate button, by the way. I'm just not using it. Because I am lazy. If I do that... Not quite. Because this other side needs to be held down as well. And I don't have enough to add weight to both sides. What if... I attach that up to the top. Can't, because the road can't go through that. How would you hold this into place? There we go. I mean, I can create a mechanism by pulling probably this to the side or some shit, and then making it adjust itself. But that seems very convoluted for what I'm trying to do. You know, I could also create something that goes down and then back up to compensate for it. It don't have to come down that far, but you know, go down and then create like a system that's to the side. So when this sits on it and pulls it down, it has to pull it down from like an angle as opposed to the side. But also doing something like that that's not really leverage based, you know? Hmm. Honestly, I should just make it rotate around one of these points. Doom, 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 doom. Slightly not long enough. Oh, it is straight. Never mind. So, for now, let me just connect that to that. So that gives it its pivot point and rotation to where it can actually move up and down. And then I just need to connect something over to this. To hold that shit into place. I only got 10 grand, so I don't think I can use metal, can I? Maybe. I guess right now, just make it work. And I can go back and put wood in later on. So this is a pivot point, then I actually can't put anything right there. I would have to use like a spring or something here to do it that way. Which means I would only be able to use one spring in the middle to pop this up with. Hmm. Because if I do this, this won't let it move, correct? I mean, yeah, I kind of do need to connect this to something, huh? Right now it's free floating. That's too expensive. Hmm. If the plane didn't go first, I don't think this would give me this much of a trouble or this much of a problem. Because to get all stars, it has to be unbreakable and under budget. Because if I could break it, I would just put a piece of wood or something across this with a road a piece attached to it. And as this slammed into that shit, it would allow it to go up and adjust itself. But unfortunately, I don't have that luxury because it can't be break. It can't break. Also, all of this down here is not necessary, so I can get a little bit of money back here. Oh, I guess that was up against the rock. So close, but if I knew something about engineering, I could probably do this a lot quicker. Because I have all of this area to rotate a piece. It doesn't have to be perfectly middle. It can be out to the side. And I can make it rotate, you know, into place. But I don't know how to do any of this. I don't even know if this was actually going to stay in place perfectly, to be honest with you, especially with that going across it. That could make this tilt and make that fall off completely. Should have seen that coming. So close, yet so far. So if I do go off the base assumption of creating a platform, for this, and I just do go through with this idea. Again, I'm aware of the auto triangulate button. I'm just not using it. To be honest, it'd be better just to create a mechanism to where I use the weight of this to pull this down. Then when the weight of this goes off, it shoots its ass to the top. But it's still back to where I was before, creating a mechanism to sit on this and basically hold this down while sitting and using the weight of that. That's not leverage, though. It's not leverage based at all. Hmm. Leverage. Leverage, leverage, leverage. Plane, dump truck, car, turns around, goes to the end. I don't know. My brain just wants to use the weight of this to hold this down. And I know that that's not, well, I mean, it is part of the port, or part of the point is to use this car's leverage to lift this up to there. But it's also like, if I'm going to go off the principle of leverage, I only need one spring that assists this in going up as lifting power. And then I'm going to need one spring on this side. But then if I do it like that, challenge mode, you might not get any springs at all. And then when I get to the challenge mode of this, I'm going to be back at square one. Also, I am aware that this and this is going to get cut by the airplane. I am well aware of that. But for testing purposes, I'm leaving that there. But I figure I'd point that out before somebody's like, hey, well, that's gonna get destroyed. It's like it's irrelevant. The thing don't work. I could pull it from here, actually, and try to get a line like that. Well, it'd be a line like that. But I could pull it like that. From this middle point. Not gonna lie, I wonder if I can just connect that straight across. And the springs have enough power just to lift this entire thing up. Hmm. I thought that was wrong. I did it again. How do you do that twice? Don't do it again. I mean, like, it leveraged it, just the opposite of what I'm looking for. Ed pulling up pulled this part down when I actually wanted the opposite, so I need to do what I did here the opposite way and actually put this downwards. How did I manage to do this backwards? Oh, so, just out of curiosity. I can't even create a muscle because that's in the way. Yikes. I'd do it like that and just extend that. Still no. So that's just ripping that shit out of place. Kinda still in the same part of needing a spring here. Well, no, that's not true. It just needs to be made more solid. Try to pull this back a little bit. So I really don't want you to bend if I can directly help it. Nah, it's just too strong for it. Alright, that's fine. Leverage, leverage, leverage. I mean, I could make like a human arm using muscles, to be fair. What if? That'd be too expensive, though. So basically, I was thinking about making something like a scale. I would have to balance out the spring compression with the actual truck to make it, an even scale. When the truck moves, then it shoots up and does the thing, but a scale would have been interesting because you have 2 points that can meet up with a center line point here. I can adjust this to be in the center, and then I can connect them through like a scale. Well, it'd be like a scale. And I could have created a scale and then balance both of them there. It's not leverage, the same principle that this map's designed on, but it'd be interesting. It'd be challenging because this one's higher than this one, so I would have to adjust the scale accordingly. Yeah, the solution's gotta be to use one spring on this and then one spring on this, at least what I'm trying to do. Just out of curiosity. If I do it like this, what's going to happen? See, my only concern there is only having one spring in the middle. When this drives over this, it's just gonna tilt and fall its ass through. Just or hit this or something, and then end up going under with just one spring. Hmm. I'll be back. Hmm. The only thing that really comes into mind is, again, like I said, creating a human muscle arm. Like that. Across. And then attaching these. Like so. Making them just solid as fuck. And unable to flex. Except at, well, obviously at the endpoints. Then doing so, putting that on the endpoint. Well, I guess I would have to build a actual point out and attach it to the end. Would give this place the ability to flex up and whatnot. But then if I do that in the same part, this would have to be solid. Close enough. That would be to be solid and not flex, where this would have to flex. But then this would just be an anchor point for that, and it would still just go up. Hmm. It'd be a lot easier if I just knew the principles of leverage. Because something tells me there's an easy solution with moving this up, attaching this to something like that, and then that into a mechanism that sets this up, or vice versa. And this holds this down when this moves, you know, the mechanism activates, pushing that up. Or when this leaves, this mechanism does the opposite. But I've never been taught about the principles of leverage. I know how it works, but I don't know what it consists of. Hmm. I could probably figure it out if I looked up one of the solutions for it and learn that way. But that's not the fun of the game, you know? I also don't need the reinforced road or the metal here, because this is just a slot in. But I'm going to leave it that way for now. Half of this doesn't have to be metal. So I have probably another like 25 grand that I can, well, probably not 25, but at the bare minimum, 10 grand that I can get back from the components and things that I'm using. So price really isn't a problem. It's just finding a mechanism that works. Because even if I, well, no, because I can't. Hmm. Now it's too heavy. And that's set to 100%. Why can't you just be simple? And I just do something like this, and that be the end of it. Why you gotta be so complicated? Wow, way to miss that one, brother. Granted, that's still not attached to anything, but it's also like, man. I just want you. Because it's going to force its way up regardless of what I do. I can't hold that in place. It's not going to allow me to. And attaching things over here is not going to help in that particular aspect unless it's a spring. I mean, like, pushing down on that's not gonna help me. It's just gonna make that spring up faster. Good mechanism, but, bruh, we need to hold it in place long enough for the plane to go by. What if we move this up higher? This is connected to this, yes. That's the middle portion. So I can't move that up higher because of the spring. Yeah. And I can't move this up higher because of the connection there. Mm. Actually, that won't work because of the way it's going up. I would have to adjust this with a down, like, slope. And I can't adjust that, so I can't even do that anyway. It'd work for that side, though. If I was to line it up properly, it'd sit up like that. Hmm. I mean, I could put this above this. I'd have to go out from the side to support it and whatnot, but I could do that from the side and use springs there to hold this above. And then from that setup, well, not because it's still the same problem. But to be fair, I could slide this ever so slightly over here to the right and use springs and rope and all of that, create a mechanism that holds down to this. As soon as this gets off of that platform, that will extend out and over, like a swing, basically. Right over that. Or, we say, ignore this entire idea, and we think about how we can get platform to slide in place. How we make platform slide in place. Or how do we pull platform down? Well, no, because that won't work pulling it down because you don't move from the start. So if that's the case, I would have to make... I don't even have room over here to make a mechanism like that. Or maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way. Maybe I'm supposed to... I could build something that supports this here, comes down to where this was, and then comes down to this. Nah, that'd be crazy as hell, having something there. Because, I mean, when this takes off... I mean, yeah, it would go straight up, pulling all of this up into place for this, but when this moves, that's just gonna fuck everything up. Then if I do it like this, then that kind of makes most of this obsolete. Because then I can just create a small bridge that goes up and supports all of this. And then the same on that side, goes up, down, supports that, and connect it all together. Then in the middle, have just a place connected to the rocks for all of this to teeter-totter with. Now, my brain still tells me I'm supposed to use this as leverage to get something up there. But my brain just can't comprehend. Even putting a road piece here and having this bump into this. Or even putting a road piece here and just having this, you know, hold this in place to stop it from moving. Once this goes over it and whatnot, it... I still feel like there's just a simpler solution that I'm just not getting. I don't know. I'll come back to this one. This one's embarrassing that I can't figure it out. This one should be actually quite easy. So, the boat the whatchamacallit semi and the what's this called? Airplane go in that order. The boat, the semi, then the airplane. Hydraulics that you have are active for that phase go. And then the dump truck and the bulldozer go. So you got boom, boom. Why ain't that going? There it goes. So all of this goes, and then these go. And I'm already 30,000 over budget. Good lord. What are we trying to create here? I don't even know what the fuck I was doing here. Chat's in the way, so I can't actually see. Hang on. Let me slide this out of the way. Alright, so you gotta go there. You need to go across to there. You just need to make a basic line across to there. So, without limited road pieces, why? Oh, because the boat's here. So this has to go up and around to get down to here. Then in this case, what the fuck am I doing here? This don't make any sense. Why not just make a road here and then have this hydraulic lift this shit up and then make a little path across here? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here, or was doing there. I must have been tilted by the other level and tried another one, and I was already tilted. So we need that to go there. And then the goal of that is to go there. Then having all of this set up, your basic problem is here. That's not even. That's kind of a pain in the ass, so that's not even. Alright. So, like, anything else, and you would like to get a center point right in the middle of the goddamn boat, but unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. So I have hydraulics here, and something tells me in challenge mode they remove the hydraulics for you. I just need to lift this up. Yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing anything else that really needs to be changed. Just the fact that this needs to just lift up. This lifts up to here. And this part will lift up to here. Well, it'll be a little bit past. Yeah, it'll be a little bit past. And then I just need to create a little cross section here. So this top piece actually doesn't need to exist at the moment. Is it just that simple? I refuse to believe that it's just that simple. I have rock here for support on all of this and everything. I mean, I really don't want that much, but doo -doo 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 -doo. I'll split this later because it'll do it automatically. How does this happen? Oh, because this has a point there and its point's there, so it's slightly off. Hmm. Suspicious. Yeah, that's not actually even. Interesting. And let me guess, I'm gonna have to adjust all of these now because it's not even. Probably if you turn on your grid. Yeah, grid mode. It's there for a reason. No. Hmm. You know, I don't like you. Just gonna throw that out there. Fine, we'll connect them manually. Wow. So there's gonna be your basic bridge. Your lift point is going to be here, which means this doesn't need to be there. And that gives you the ability to lift up your side of the bridge that needs to be lifted. Something tells me lifting this, though, I'm going to have to adjust this to be towards the middle so it lifts into this point here. And then here, all you got to do is just make these ones so it all stays together. This can't be that easy to just line this up to lift that into there and hook that in. So that lifts up to there. That hooks into that. And then on the opposite side, I can make this lift up there if I really want to and hook into there. Or here. Either or. Hell, I could actually pull this back and then just make a device that lifts this entire thing up if I wanted to. This seems way too easy. I feel like I'm missing something important. Do all the cars go at the same time? I done forgot. Yes, this does go with them. Ah, that's where the difficulty comes. See, I did miss something. The boat comes in, then the hydraulics activate. So this actually cannot exist here from the start. That's what I was missing. This has to go up and over the boat, or between the boat and the plane, and go back down and in. You can't set that up like that. That is like, I'm missing something. That's way too goddamn easy. I gotta find a place to put chat, because chat's just kind of not in a good spot. Sure, I can't see my budget, but that's fun. Okay, well, this is a little bit more interesting then. Now I understand why my original design was convoluted as fuck. Here. Because you have to go up and around and then down. Then from there, I created a basic hydraulic system to push this bridge up to there and make it snap in. And then this, I guess, is supposed to lift up to this and snap in. But the main problem being that going across this breaks. Yeah, because I'm trash at the game. Well, I mean, there's no support here, brother. Even if these are jank as fuck and not actually, doing anything pressure-wise. You have no support in this spot right here, so the only thing that shit can do is fall. There, I connect it there, or should I give it its own? I think I'll connect it there. How do you miss that? Or both. I might not need to add in another leg. I still don't think I need to add in another leg. Well, let's think about it. As this is going in this way, it's trying to push this out and down. And I have nothing to prevent this from pushing out and down. So it keeps snapping off here, being the pivot point. Well, I mean, doing this isn't going to do anything but just transfer the pivot snapping point to there, yeah? Could use a spring. So this is just going to transfer it up here and it's going to snap still, right? Nope, it actually still broke there. Interesting. This is connected, all right. Yeah. Hmm. Well, we kind of want it to be like this, yeah? So as that pushes down, it sends its force into the rock. Is that adequate? Something like that? Obviously, it needs to be connected better, but that seems fairly adequate. I might even go as far as to do this. And then just take some of the material off later on. Also, I didn't connect that. So that made that whole thing that I just did pointless, but it made it. Okay. My hydraulics are set way too goddamn far. They're still still pulling. Oh shit. What is it on, 100? What the fuck? 50% is way too goddamn much. Let's put them all on like 10% just to get the basis of movement. Good lord, that shit broke and was still pulling that shit. If I actually design this properly, this can literally probably end up pulling that basically from there to there. I'd have to move the hydraulic to make it a wider pull, but I could probably pull that there to there and make that lock in. This side, I don't even remember what happened on this side, but I mean, if this locks into that, then that's good enough on its own. Hell, I can even add something here to make that lock into that if I really wanted to. So what the hell happened? That slams up against the wall and breaks. Gotcha. This side slowly pulls its way up. So this side, I can easily just make something that locks into, or this locks into. That's hunky-dory. I can even actually just pull that up and make it lock in someplace. Nosedive! So the issue with this is when this pulls this, this is literally pulling this into the wall. instead of up to where it needs to be. Also, why am I pushing this instead of just doing a simple pull? Well, I guess because I'd have to put something above up here. And then pull it from up there, but pushing it, it can just... Actually, hold on. Why is that pulling that? Hang on. Why is this pulling this up against that? 2, the hydraulics is connected to that, this is connected to that, that's connected to that. Why is this being pulled? This is on expand too, right? I mean, I can move this up there, but that shouldn't matter, yeah? Why is that a thing? Because this is attached here to make that like a pivot point to where this shouldn't impede that going, you know, straight up. This is on a pivot point where that's pushing that up. This should allow this to go up and swivel. Why is that breaking? So this, I guess I can line this up better to actually make this push outwards instead of more like inwards. But I mean, honestly, does this even need the help? I might just be able to spring that. You're a son of a bitch, you know that? Let me test what I want to test. Oops, wrong button. Don't care if that breaks. I just want this to go up to where it's supposed to go up to. So now this is doing exactly what this is supposed to do, and it's pivoting as it's going up. Does this even need to be there, to be honest? Does that even need to happen? I'm gonna expand this all the way back up to 50% just to see what happens. And what happens is this is gonna break early because this isn't attached and it's not distributing the load appropriately. I'll fix you later. Right now, I want to see if this will even reach that. So if this reaches that, that locks in and that's no longer an issue. Don't care if that breaks. I just want to know if this can reach that. Like, I mean... Brother. If I gotta make all of this metal and do things this way, I will. I must be a double budget. I just want to test and see if this is possible. Something just broke. I should really use a spring there. I really should. How the fuck are you even breaking that? I mean, I'll add in the last support that I should have a long time ago. Guess I could have just made that out of wood and saved myself a little. Eh, fuck it. Why you gotta give me such a fucking issue, brother? Thank you. That's kind of fine. And though this side's being pushed up farther, which is what's making that break, because this isn't kind of going and snapping through. It's actually putting pressure right here in the middle of that. Well, I did notice that, unfortunately, that's not enough length for that to actually push that up. This guy is sitting at... I can't even measure it. Oh! Actually, I can. I can use this. Well, how tall does it say this is? It doesn't. So I'm gonna assume I'm gonna need like at least 2.6 clearance. If I lifted this up, from there straight down this 3. So I can't actually lift that up too terribly much or it won't make it. Yeah, I mean, I literally just got that little bit to work with right there. Hmm. But that is kind of a shame. I could separate that and make that into 2 different bridges. Extend this kind of further out, and then take that back and extend that farther out. Hmm. Can't even extend that out anymore. I can't extend that out anymore. That's max. You give me good or bad issue. You give me very bad issue. Hear me out here. Probably doesn't have enough power, but That's causing an issue when it pushes. Wait, that don't make any sense though. Hang on. This don't make any sense because I'm literally pushing off of the same goddamn thing I'm anchoring to. That's not gonna work. Honestly, I should have made this part a spring as well. Yup. That is exactly what I thought. I do not have this far enough up to actually pull that up to that. So I'm either going to have to double piston this shit up, or I'm going to have to build above this and have this pull this up. Which ain't bad, because then I can anchor this little bit of this to an upwards part that's supported by the end. And have it just pull and slot from here to here. If it slots from here to here, I don't need the majority of this down here. Or I could just double piston this and have this push that up and then push it up again. Which means I just need to support this little bit here as the semi goes across. I guess the question becomes, can you support the semi with just a small piece like that going across? Beautifully you can. There's no anchor point back here. I mean, I could, like, attach that shit to here and then build something on top to pull that up. But it has to support both of these behemoths going across it. So I would definitely want something that's bracing here. And then as this goes up to here, this is going to have to be pulled up and lock into this to where it's a double lock system. Lock here and lock there. And this is 3 meters. Oh, you bastards. You knew exactly what you were doing making that like that. So that's going to stop me from trying to hook that in the way I could sneaky cheeky wire. I mean, I guess it doesn't necessarily, it's not going to necessarily stop me. I'd have to go out at an angle. But I would have to... put something like that down. Then as this gets lifted up, this would lock into this, supporting this. And then this would lock into that. So you would have a double lock and then double support going across the bridge. Then I would have to bring this up and then down into this to support that. But this will probably get lifted. So I'd be better off making this just pivot instead of lift up. Damn, that's kind of a pain in the ass going that way, so I don't think I'm going to. I'm just gonna rely on this. It's locking into that, and then this locking into that, and I'm gonna hope that that's good enough to support that. If not, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Now, both of these sides are lifting up, so both of these should come in contact with each other somewhere, so in the future I'm gonna have to adjust these to where when this is a straight bridge, both of these sides lock together as well. So the entire bridge is supported in this side here, having this lock into something. And then this side locking into that. I'm going to have to find a way to lock this into something and support it. That's a nightmare. Or I can just build one bridge that goes, you know, and then, you know, connect these two together. I bet you could probably complete this whole thing with like one hydraulic though. Just moving this portion out of the way. Well, actually no, lifting this portion up and then moving this portion out of the way. So the hydraulic is used here. I could use a spring to where as this, you know, this is connected with a spring, and as this goes by, it just lifts up the spring, allowing this to go under. Once it clears the spring pops this back into place. And then the hydraulic just lifts this side up. And on the hydraulic phase, I can make the spring literally lock this into place. So you'll have a lock that goes from here to here. And then this would be locked up to that. And then you can just go straight across because it'll all be locked together with the appropriate supports. However, they gave me hydraulics, which is supposed to be more of an easy mode thing, and I am just absolute dog shit with them. I ain't played this game in so long, I don't remember exactly how the hydraulics are supposed to work on this. Another problem is trying to create a structure that sits above this that has, you know, the appropriate support. By the way, never do this. Don't do this. Because this is an anchor point and this is an anchor point, and if you're anchoring an anchor point to another anchor point, you're not doing anything. I used to do that at the beginning of the game. Once I seen that that was basically pointless, it was kind of embarrassing. Ooh, that's like perfect. So I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I mean, you ain't wrong. If I attach that there, it's not gonna work the way I want it to work. Actually, I can if I just make it part of the bridge, so the bridge moves up all as one piece. This extra weight down here, though, is making it loop down. That's not good. Damn, that's still not high enough. Like shit, man. I did not secure that to anything. That's a little bit too high, and the angle is slightly off. Maybe it's just a straight up angle. Straight up. I do realize this is leaning too far to the right. I'll fix it in a moment. I just want to see how much oomph I'm going to need to pull that up. 20%. Yeah, roundabouts 20%. And I actually need to pull this that way, actually. Like that. No, I fucked that up. Go this way. But I want you to go this way. Oh, I guess it makes sense because this is my pivot point here. And if this is my pivot point here, as this rotates up, it is going to rotate up there. Now, how the fuck do I fix that? Like, actually, though, how the fuck do I change my pivot point here? Because I can't cut this in half or it'll be structurally weak. I didn't think it was going to let me just let it sit there and then work on it from there. Fair enough. Hmm. Good enough. This part, it's gonna have to change though. This goes up at an angle, this goes up at an angle, and this sits straight. So unless I'm gonna reinforce this and keep this from flexing, that's not gonna be able to stay like that. Which makes this entire middle section a problem. Yikes. 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 Will you even make it there now? I didn't think so. Yikes. I don't... Oof. Can I cheat and do that? Sorta. Nope. That changes the pivot point. I needed the pivot around this. Oh boy. What have I done? I mean, I'm already seriously over budget 2 times as much. So I can't make an arm to connect that to the rock to support this here. Hell, I don't even have enough money to just do the basic thing of just doing that to hold that up. Well... This is over-supported. That probably still doesn't give me enough money to just, Which means this is too steep that it's applying pressure. Under pressure. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna do the same thing. I mean, the triangle is the strongest shape, but it don't work if it's actually getting caught, you know? I can't help but notice that you're flexing in the middle when you're trying to pick the shit up. So this thing right here might not be doing what it's supposed to be doing anymore. flexing as this is going up. Yeah, this isn't pivoting like it used to. So now this is just literally sitting on top of that and putting undue pressure up towards the top there. Hmm. Yeah. All because I adjusted this one little portion. Hmm. Hmm. It's literally counter, though. I'm holding it this way and then trying to pull it up that way. How in the fuck are you ever breaking there? You're telling me that this trying to pull this little bitty ass piece, well, I guess it's pulling that too, trying to pull that up is literally putting so much pressure on this end joint that it's just snapping. I think you're bullshitting me, brother. I think you're bullshitting me. You just sit there and don't do anything. Don't do, actually, better yet, don't do a goddamn thing. You just sit there. Now I've somehow changed my pivot point to here. And the fuck did I change my pivot point to here? I mean, I guess I should have seen that coming, because, yeah. So now, this is no longer the pivot point. Now this is the pivot point. What the fuck have I done? Like, actually, though, what have I done? I guess it makes sense because I'm pulling it this way now, which is going to put undue pressure here as opposed to lifting the bridge up, which would make it pivot from there. It makes sense. I don't like it, but it makes sense. Straight up. I have no fucking idea anymore. That's not even gonna stay up on its own because this doesn't have any support that way, yeah? Like I thought. I don't have any support that way, so it's not gonna stay up on its own. And the only way to give it support would be to pull from another angle. But if I pull for another angle, I'm adjusting the goddamn pivot point. Also, I didn't fix the issue of this not having any support. Just go back to the other design. That's actually kind of pointless because now I'm just constricting that. No point in that. So pulling it like that, I'm back to this being the same goddamn pivot point. All I want is to just to pull this shit. That's all I want. Just go up. So that's all I want, is it just to go straight up. That's it. Think about that. Just think real hard about what you're about ready to do there, sir. You know what? I don't know. I have lost the way. To be fair, if I'm going to lift this up and change the pivot point from down there, I need to pull it from here. So if I'm pulling it towards the end, like if you're breaking a Kit Kat, it's gonna break right here where your other, between where your two fingers are. But if you don't want to break the bar but lift the bar, I need to pull from around this area in order to pull that shit up. Only problem is, I would have to build something that's like yay high and then attach it with a rope in order to pull it from there. I can even get away with pulling it here, to be honest. But the end's just not good enough because this weight is pulling that down and that's pulling that up. I only have one pivot point over here, so I can't just go bang, bang, bang and then put a rope attached to this to pull it up. And I am at a fucking loss what I'm supposed to do. Obviously, the rope's only going to be like yay long. But to have that pulling it from basically that angle, or I could put the hydraulic on this side. It doesn't matter where the hydraulic is. And I can double hydraulic that to get that up high enough. But I still have the inherent issue of how am I going to anchor that shit? I mean, the first one worked, anchoring it from there to there, and then having it go up and all of that, but when it pulls, it's not pulling it straight up. don't think that's gonna work. So now I have the inverse of what's happening before. Yeah, I could put a little thing there and force it to pull it straight up instead of at an angle. But couldn't I just do the same thing the opposite way around? Is put a little end here and then force it to pull up? Then this side, since I have this all the way secured with rope, it's holding it down, but when it goes to pull with the actual hydraulic and all of that, all the weight's transferring very, very wrongly. Because, I mean, the ropes are kind of going taut, and they're slumping, which is enabling this to kind of swing back down. And this part's the only part that has the support, which I'm pulling that directly up, which is going to create a huge problem. So should I separate this and keep this on the rock at all times, and then use a spring or something to hold this? So when this disconnects, the spring kind of assists it in going up? So it doesn't have to necessarily lift all of this off the rock. But doing it that way is going to create a problem, because now I have all of these connections and all of that I'd have to replace with springs. And that's not very hunky-dory. If I lock that in place, this can't move. And as the rest of this moves up, it's going to try to flex it. Unless it's a straight up pull, then this is just going to stop that from going up and it's going to break. But if it pulls it correctly, this will guide this up at an angle back towards that. This one... if I lock that and that, this whole piece is going to be there, and it'll allow it to completely flex around it. But if I'm going for a flex, I really don't need to lock this particular piece and just let the whole thing fucking flex itself. However, if I want to keep this in place, well, nah, because then there's this issue of this. But I could replace this with a spring if I lock this beginning piece in place. Because then only these couple of pieces need to go up. As opposed to lifting all of this. So that's a lot of ass to lift up. But also looking at things, you know, generally, what the fuck are these even doing right now? Because it's supported from the bottom. So to be honest, I don't think... Well, obviously, I need this connection still. So, I mean, honestly, I don't even need all of that connection. Should probably support this stuff. And then lock this in place. One stays with that. So go in there. This supports this as this is going on to this. This takes all of the down pressure. Here, though, this is going to want to go forwards and flip this piece out, making it break. So I guess there is relevance to having this top there. So when this tries to pull up, it gets hit into these top little pieces, the struts, and then stops it from going up. So I guess there is some relevance in actually keeping that the way it was. So now as this goes on the bend, this is going to try to flex this up, and this is going to take the weight of this and distribute it evenly throughout that. So that's relevant to have there. Then if I want a little bit of added support, that it doesn't look like I'm getting unless I make it out of metal, I can do that to that, and then I can just make that let go of that piece when the hydraulics kick in. But that'll then push back down on this, distributing the weight throughout these struts down here by putting that piece there. So now as it goes through, the bridge pushes down on this. It's supported here. As it rounds this bend, it tries to push down on this. This tries to push up. These push the weight back down and distribute it through these struts again. So if these are correct, it should not break anymore. If they're not correct, then it's going to break here. Or there. I mean, this is part of the strut set and everything being pushed down. I could see it breaking there. Well, if I think that this is strong enough to support its own, then I can get rid of that and see if it still breaks anywhere here. Yeah. Alright, well, this is enough to survive the downwards force, so I don't need to add the extra support. It just breaks that. Alright, that makes sense. So now, this side's good until the hydraulic lift part, to where I'm going to... Do I even need these, by the way? Because this is supporting there, and that's supporting there. I don't think I need those up there. Nah, it does need a little extra help. That's fine. So, from there to there, this portion of the bridge, well, from that to there, that portion of the bridge is basically done and able to hold itself up on its under its own weight. This portion of the bridge, we know that the truck can just go down, sit on this. I probably need to add that little connection back, and it could probably make it across to you. Yes. So we now know that at least for this, which weighs 14 PG, and both of these weigh 11, and holy shit, 25 polygrams. That at least a semi-truck can make it across. This probably is going to need a little extra support. This is probably going to have to connect there, and I'm probably going to have something here that connects to there to support those two. Might even make it connect from here up through and then back down to here to get the double support. So a small arch that comes out and connects the two. So I guess instead of talking about it, I can just basically show what I'm talking about. We'll connect to that. We'll go to this tool, and we will connect from there. I don't know if I want to connect that there, or I want to connect that there. Let's try there. So something along the realm of that. And actually that needed to connect there, from there to there. And then the back from over there to over there. So as this is going across, this pushes down there, which is supported there. And then as it goes across, this is supported by that. This goes up to the top and hooks in there. As they're going across, it's going to push down here, which is going to be supported by this locking into that. Then as it gets to the middle line part, both of them are going to be applying pressure equally here and here throughout the little strut that I made too. Then when it gets to the other side, I don't know. I have to cross that bridge when it gets to it. Or should I say fuck this side for now and make the hydraulics on this side work first? Since I know this is supported to go across and this is very strong if I can keep this there. Do I say fuck it and design the hydraulics to make sure this snaps into that now? And I have an inkling that I might be able to make a connection here. That's not going to reach all the way, but making a connection here and then making another hydraulic connection to support it and pull it a little bit farther. While that hydraulic is stronger than I thought it was, I didn't think it was going to move the entire fucking bridge to the side. What the hell? Hey, buddy. You mind locking yourself so you can't keep falling into the goddamn water? Hey, buddy. You mind separating yourself so you stop falling into the fucking water? Hmm. Well, this needs something to pivot to, or to hold itself in from that side, in order for that to work. I would really love to test the mechanism on this side first, because I think that's going to be the easier thing to get straight. For now, that's not going to make it. No, it made it. So the only way you are going to pull is straight up. You're not giving me any other option but to go straight up. Or you're gonna cause havoc on the rest of my goddamn bridge. Why isn't this the pivot point? Why must you pivot over here on this side? Why can't you just be nice and just pivot your ass there? That is where you've been designed to pivot at. Pivot there. Like, goddamn. That's all I want, is you just to pivot right here. Well, at least you're pivoting in the correct spot somewhat. This don't have a hydraulic on it, so that don't even need to be separated at the moment. That's probably why it's not pivoting in there, because that's still there. It's kind of sort of doing what I want it to do, but it's not supported properly here. Nope, because that's going to make it swing backwards. So it really does not like to pull that shit. Why did you connect that to the bridge, sir? So this actually contains the ability to make that without me having to use that rock. I can just use this top portion. It doesn't like that part though. Okay. To be honest with you, I don't know why I stopped this bridge here when I actually could have extended it out and then supported that there and then supported that on the rock there. Just had this connect to the top bridge off the rock. And then that supports that all the way through, at least to around this point. I see. That's just not good. Because what I was going to do is the inverse of what I was trying to do before. If this sits solid as fuck and just makes that go across, then I don't need to necessarily pull this up. I can just leave this as is and just have this kind of come down. Because this will be supported by the rock, just have this portion go down and lock in. But if I can't connect this, then I can't actually put it on, a hydraulic and, find out how high that needs to be. That's an issue. That is a very, very big issue. I mean, I guess I can just try to do it blind and adjust as is and just do it like this. Here's going to be the pivot point, so I'm going to have a hydraulic setup here. It might work. And then just have that shit expand down. Means it is completely safe to attach that via that. Honestly, I could put the hydraulic there and just have it expand out to expand that straight down. 50 is way too goddamn far. It's gonna be like, and it's gonna fall off. But, you know, it's still doing what I need to do. And I don't even think I need to come down and use this rock, because these are anchor points. So as long as this is sitting up there pretty off of these anchor points, I don't think I actually need to do anything extreme here. Might need to use the rock here. And need to go like here. And if it does break, I can easily just take another line here and adjust its height and angle in. Which I might do that now. In worst case scenario, if it does end up being an issue, I can connect that up and that up. To do something along the lines of that. Then from there, I mean, I'll have to remove this later on, but just to kind of make it look a little bit better. Which, I mean, I should have done it like this on that side, but whatever. Then I can connect up all of the obvious shit, like, that's not the obvious shit. If I want to, I can connect it there. Problem is, this is gonna need some support from the bottom, though. I mean, I can support it from the top, but it's gonna look fucking weird as shit. If I want to support this from this, I'm gonna have to do it like that. Or I can go back to using rope or cable. I can still cable it because I know that the cable technique at least works. I could just do that. But that's leaving a lot of weight to be handled there. Well, that was kind of annoying. There we go. This is gonna have to be extended at an angle like this. I'll fix it later. But an angle like that to give it the ramp to connect there. Or the length to connect there. On the opposite side, to be honest with you, once I create this, I can just copy and paste this onto the other side. Alright. This thing is fucking huge, though. So I have to give it a little bit of girth. So I'm gonna have to bring this shit, like, all the way the fuck, like, out here. And then bring it down. Kinda disgusting. And I don't even know if that's gonna line up properly. Yep, I understand I'm under budget, and half of this shit's gonna be replaced with wood afterwards. Might let that shit down like this, though. Yeah, I think I shall. Actually, I can't. I'm gonna have to let it down from up here. So doing it like that, I'm gonna have to build this a little bit higher. And 1 point, probably just pick metal up to its max. And then let it down from up top to support it. And that's gonna be a hell of an angle, trying to get in and support it from there and drop it. Whoops. We gotta go in from another angle. Or from a shorter distance. To be fair, I could probably connect it here instead of all the way up there. This just gives it the straightest angle that it can get, hitting it from there. I might be able to get away with sending them from there. It's going to be awkward for it to climb, though, and if it gets stuck, that's kind of game over. To be honest with you, I would love to take it from here or here, because it's just basically straight in an angle from there. But I don't have the length up there to hold that shit down. Giggity. I don't know. One thing I do know is you're going to actually have to be part of this side. Which means this is going to actually need a lot more support than I thought it was going to need. And I am going to have to use the bottom to support this. Just make the little arm that I had out before. But I am going to have to use that rock down there to get that. And then this side is going to have to be supported by all of that. But if I'm not using a middle pivot point anymore to bring all of that up, I can actually just take this all the way across. And I can make this all one bridge, which at least makes this significantly easier on one end. I know it's sloppy as fuck, and I have a triangulation button. I'm only theory crafting right now. I'll make it look pretty later. If I have my two top pieces just connecting there, I can make all of this one bridge. So I can connect this over to this. Take this, connect this into that. Take this, hold these pieces up here like before. So in theory, why the hell didn't I just use my, why didn't I just go back to my old bridge? That I know actually works and lets me let my cars and all that across. You already had all of this set up for the most part. Wait, this is not the right bridge, is it? I didn't save it. Surely that's not good enough to let. I was about to say, surely that ain't good enough. Oh boy. I never thought that resetting that shit would be one of the biggest mistakes of my fucking life. It didn't auto-save yet, did it? It did. Yeah, that's not gonna do shit. Always save, always save, always save, always save now. That should be alright. Oh, I don't have that set up there yet. For now... Nope. Let us just do it like that. Actually, that's not correct in how I want to do that. I'd be better off, actually, connecting that, well, to whatever I'm going to connect this to. Then from there, I should make a line out that goes, you know, across to where that's going to. Again, there's no point in making an anchor and connecting it to an anchor, but it gives you a start. You go out there somewhere. Can I get away with that? Cannot. But can I get away with that, though? Fuck the rest of that for a moment. Can I get away with this? Just redraw it, dude. So, like, there. Can I get away with that? Kinda pointless. Having an anchored point hooked to another anchor point with a little thing there. So that's going to be supported regardless. It's also going to have support from the trusses and all of that. Okay. So as this touches here, this is going to try to just drop ship and dump this down. So I need to have something here-ish at like an angle holding that up. Something like that. Hmm. Let's just go all the way. Let's go heavy trusses. So as this goes up, this tries to push this down. However, this ain't stopping that from being pushed down. To be fair, my angle's fucked up. I mean, it is kinda, sorta, till it gets towards the end. I mean, I could do it like that. There are a lot of bridges in the world that have the same problem, and they bow out instead of in. I'm trying to keep it in just to save resources, but I mean, bowing it out like this really does eat up all the problems that I have all the way up to the end of that. It'll stop it completely from going down. I'll have to extend, probably, I can't really extend that. But I mean, bowing it out, it's gonna cost out the ass. But I'll never have to worry about that breaking, because I can just do it like that and then fill this in as need be. Or, I mean, to be fair, I could take that up, and then I could take that over. Or, I can go with the more sleek style, because this is going to be supported on its own from here and here if I need to. We can go with an even sleeker style and have that kind of curve in, not that much. I think that might be more appropriate, though. Just having it bow out a little bit. I don't know if that's going to catch the end of the rock there, though. And I'm just going to over-connect it for now. Yeah, that's never, ever, ever, ever going to have an issue because it's connected like that. It should never have any issues. Now, to be fair, I could probably extend that out and go there. This is going to create issues, extending this out, but it's not anything that I can't get over, you know? Alright. Let's see. I mean, I'm never gonna have an issue with this portion of the bitch breaking no matter what I do. I already know what I need to do here, so I can delete that for now. Now the problems are coming is creating this other side of the bridge. But that definitely ain't the angle. I don't know what that message means, but I guess welcome to chat. Something like that. Maybe. Might be good enough there. Something like that, maybe? Bank. Bank. No, what did I just press? Oh. Made myself panic for no reason. But I deleted something. Something's not aligned, right? If only there was a button that you could click to activate a grid to know that you're perfectly aligned. Sure, why not overbuild it? Now, as with the other side, we just kind of want something to connect down here. I'll adjust it later. Cool. Bum 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 bum. mean, to be fair, I could probably extend that all the way out to there and not have any issues. Especially with this excess little bit of rock. Hmm. I do feel like I'm going a little overboard with the supports, but I'm not too terribly worried about it. Because I can go back in and always remove stuff later on. Can I make that? No. Bring that a little bit over. Maybe something like that. I'm going to have to do a lot of restructuring at the end and taking away most of this. But right now, I just want something that'll actually work. I can make it out of wood and all of that and support it later on. If I'm going to support it from the bottom, I don't really need to do all of this, to be honest with you. It's kind of a waste of time. If I'm going to support it from here, I can literally just support it. Do a little, like this little bow tie type thing, but pull this side out and support it here, and then support it from the bottom like there. I don't need to go as far as I'm going. As he continues to add more. It's fine for now. The fact that that still manages to break makes me feel extremely sad inside. And I thought I was overdoing it. I mean, it is still majorly overdone. But that's kind of funny how that breaks there. Okay. Just gonna wait till later to do this, but apparently I am doing this now. Because this shit's going to break if I don't do this now. You two don't need to be connected. I mean... Well, I'm not going to be able to do the line like I did here on this side. That's the max I got. So as this is rounding this corner, this is for whatever reason putting pressure down, and it's allowing it to slide my bridge that way. So I think this might need to be on this side of the rock to stop that. And it really is something just as simple as that to stop it from pushing my bridge forward. Nope. Stop pushing my bridge. Stop it. I can't help but notice that it was that was messing up my bridge. But now that I remove that, this is for some whatever reason giving me a problem. This shit is severely hating life right now. I mean, it could be because I'm not using grid view. It's not enjoying that either. So all of this is apparently a no-go. It's not liking any of this. Geez, all the pressure's here. This ain't even changing colors. So is it that it's not allowing it to flex? Have I still gone too far? I mean, I'm fine with that. I just want to be able to test the rest of the damn bridge, you know? I guess to be fair, the only thing, because I'm not curving it like it's supposed to be, it's literally just sliding this shit off into the fucking water. So really, this anchor point here and these bridge connections is the only thing keeping it from technically sliding this way. Which is why in the beginning I wanted to start with here and then curve it a little bit. But I mean, to be fair, that does make all the sense in the world that it has nothing stopping it from sliding forward. That might help a little bit. Honestly, I'm half tempted to take that road out there and just make that shit jump the fucking gap. Because, like, goddamn. I put this here specifically for these. When these get on top of the road, it's going to be putting a lot of pressure down here. So I need this thickness here to stop this from crushing my bridge from that way. I didn't think this would provide enough forward thrust to actually warrant my things breaking. Let me extend this and see if that works. It's getting close. It gets all the way up to like 90-something%. You think I'm kidding? Nah, I can't actually extend that. That's sadness. Mm-mm. Really don't want to mess with this right now. It's not the portion I'm actually focused on. Hmm. That is caps lock, not shift. So what I think is happening here is when it's going, again, it's thrusting my bridge forward as it's going up this loop and all of that, and that's causing this to break. But I don't know how to fix it because I thought putting like a little bracer going to that would solve the issue to keep it from sliding, but it has not. I don't know what else this wants from me. The angle of that is atrocious, by the way. That solves part of the problem. This part's not going to be covered no matter what I do. So I might as well just reinforce road that. But that's where I was worried about it going to break, and that makes sense that it breaks there. Then from there, I just need a road with a hydraulic. Again, if only there was a grid that I could turn on to ensure that all of my stuff is like perfectly aligned It'll match up perfectly. Dare I only go with 3 roads here? Maybe. I mean, well, that's a bummer. And that's not gonna work. Can hook it to the anchor point, but I mean, that's basically the same as I just fucking did. You're telling me that this portion of the bridge just can't handle the additional weight of that little bit being added on. That's a little bit worrying. Keep in mind, poly bridge weight is determined by the number of these, the little dots that you have there, the little connectors. That determines the weight of a particular piece. So the more dots in an area, the more that that portion of your bridge weighs. So it's actually better to use bigger pieces and have less of these dots than to use smaller pieces with a lot of dots, or you're increasing the weight. But I didn't think I was adding that much weight to this particular equation. I mean, I could cheat and use the old springboard method. You do this, and then you compress this to make this extend and sit up against the wall. Like that. The only thing is, I need to then angle this farther up, and then apply a connection like this so the thing pushes all the way through. Maybe something like that. So that this pushes that against that and then pushes it that way. And to be fair, as long as I make this fall forward and land properly, I actually don't even need to use hydraulics. And I think that's kind of what they're going to want me to do. They're going to take away the hydraulics in challenge mode. And they're going to want me to have a springboard here that drops, or that this, when it goes over it, pushes the springboard down and lets that go through. And then this catches it as a springboard as it's falling down on both of these. So it catches it and cushions its fall using this rock. And then it goes all the way across. And then goes up to this side. And I'm probably going to have to think of a mechanism in challenge mode that this hits, that drops this portion down and locks into place or something. or it goes down and then hits a springboard and lands here or something. And then it's just going to be a spring holding this, and then a spring setting up this little path that leads up. Actually, even better than that, I could just have the road sit there on top of this in the springboard, and when this part passes, it'll slide in, lock into this, and then as this part passes, it'll slide down and lock into this. And this could be done with all springs without hydraulics. So one spring will lock into these little rocks and then make a pathway leading up here. And then once this goes through, this will act as a springboard and land on this little piece sticking out, supporting that, and then it'll go up and around, and then it'll go up and finish. I guarantee you the challenge in this, well, I can't guarantee, but I believe that the challenge in this will probably take away the hydraulics. And I can actually picture that working, and I could actually set it up to work with springboards. But when it comes to the fucking hydraulics, which is supposed to be the easiest way to do that, I just completely forgot how to use hydraulics in this game. Brain has gone to mush. And from there, I could probably just go out here and support this. And have it just slide down on that side, because it has so many supports. And technically, this has a support to that. It's got an anchor point here. And if I wanted to, I could create another support there, like this. But, feel like I'm giving myself a lot of trouble for basically no reason. How much above this is it? It's actually quite a little bit of ways, yeah. What about that? Is that good enough? Oh. I don't want to hydraulics it off of a part like right there. What I can do though is I can connect this down like that, and then connect the hydraulic. I could actually connect it to the never mind. I was gonna say I could actually connect it to the spring part, since this is always applying pressure to here and out. Me just applying pressure down, this will be able to take that. And I can extend this a little bit to where it'll make it, but it's not what I want. Just make it extend just ever so slightly down. I don't think that still makes it. Oh, it does. When that slides down, I need to extend that road ever so slightly. I'll be back. extend this out ever so slightly. Little bit more. All of this I want to be the same thing. There we go. Now it's bumping. How do you not lock into that? Excuse me, sir. These are ones, and this is two. Two is supposed to lock in the one. What the fuck happened there? I don't care if the rest of the bridge exploded. It is like ever so slightly off, and that kind of pisses me off. And like I said, each one of these dots that are added in adds in excess weight, which is bad, having a partial road like that. Is it bumping somewhere else now, or is it just braking? It's hitting. What about now? Beautiful. I dislike you and everything that you stand for. How dare you? Piece of shit. You will be. There it is. Alright, well that's part of the issue solved. Omelette du fromage. I don't remember which way I was supposed to go. Not that way. I thought I already tried 20%. Okay. I can reinforce that. Reinforcing might be, well, a spring might be cheaper, actually. Let's reinforce it for now. I can always spring it later. Okay. Okay. Okay, that stopped breaking. Wonderful. I just want to run to where this shit don't break. Now, I'm complete noob at game, but something that I can tell you is if you watch your car as it goes across the bridge, if you look at the stress points and things like that, if you have pieces that stay solidly green, you can replace those, or even completely delete some of those. Weight distribution wise, if they go yellow, you need them, but if they stay like completely solid green as you're going by, it means you don't necessarily need like all of that. You can resize, you can change materials, etc., etc. Need a little bit extra. So that one doesn't actually break anything. It's your fat ass that breaks something. That's because you're going in at too steep of an angle down that the shock wave is just breaking my shit. Might want to compress that a little bit. Come on, Spring. Why you don't eat this? That's gonna make that break. Yeah. It's too much pressure. Goddamn fat ass. If I adjust this, the shit's not gonna lock in properly, though. Alright. As this is coming down, this should be applying a massive amount of pressure downwards on this. Which is also going to make this kind of try and slide this way. So the issue, I think, might be because this shit ain't set up completely to try and absorb and stop the slide. But now, by moving that, nothing's supporting this little bit of area. Which creates an even different problem. What if I just extend it out more? This shit starting off red's not a good sign. Wonderful. Now I just need to create a very small bridge portion that just drops his ass down and lets them go up. I guess they're not going to be the same length, are they? You make it the too much of the sense. These will be the same, but this shouldn't be the same. Yeah. Honestly, this might be able to hold itself up. That's gonna be way too fucking far. Wait, why am I going way the fuck out here when I literally just needed to go here? Actually, I don't need... Well, yeah, because they're big trucks. I can't do a steep angle like that or it won't make it. I literally only needed to go about there, and they should both make it. So honestly, give me a little extra here. Fill that in. Wonder if you can hold yourself. Man, you tall ass motherfucker. I think the exhaust pipes do have a hitbox on that. The exhaust pipes indeed have a hitbox. That's kind of annoying. Slide chat over. What's wrong with? I mean, honestly. So that does attach there. That's going to be an issue, and I got to stop that from breaking, but that does attach there. Whatever. That's way too far up now. Oh, baby. This is gonna break when that hits it. Oh! Oh! Alright, now that's the level completed. Wow, people did that shit simple as fuck. We'll look at those in a mirror, well, after I finish this. So that's unbreaking. Now I have to cut off about 40 grand worth of, stuff. 40 grand worth of stuff. Yeah, we can try to make that smaller and see what happens. This is what I need to see. Not even changed at all. Not even changed at all. There's barely, like, anything. So without me having to move anything, just replace anything that you can reach without adjusting. This whole piece, like, just out of curiosity, it does need a little bit of support from there. But I think I might be able to get away with some shenanigans. I mean, like, is this even doing anything? There's no way that holds up, right? What do you mean? That's better to say, what do you mean that works? Now, if I made that into a, well, I can't make that into a muscle because it goes out in front of the boat. Somebody needs to explain this to me. What do you mean that works? Whoops. Cool. So those of you wondering what I'm doing, this little diamond shape is called a muscle. And this muscle is worth less than one metal piece. So I guess I can show you this since I'm talking about it. So, for example, it doesn't matter the size. Right now, my money's at 89,974. So 89,974. If I make a muscle that goes out from each side, goes across, and connects in from here, keep adjusting it, from there to there. Then we pull this in and pull this in. Why don't I just do it the way I know? Hang on. Let me do this less stupid. So, you go from half, which I mean, this is double that, so you go from half out. From there to there. Take this, you copy it, then you flip it. Wrong one. Yeah, flip it. Across like that, and then you connect it. And there you go. We are now at 89,908. So doing that, this has the same strength as that metal bar, and I've just successfully saved, not a lot, but that's still like $64 off the top of that. And that has the same strength as the metal bar. So what you basically do if you're close to your budget is you just start replacing metal bars with muscles. And you can get your price and cost down significantly. Then from there, you run the test through to see what's green, and then you simplify anything that's green off of that, and you can cut off a large amount of budget while doing that. So any place you see that I got, you know, bars going across, all I need to do is just go about halfway to halfway, a little bit in. This might be longer than what I can muscle to. If that's the case, then we take this up ever so slightly, and then we run through it and make sure that it can complete it if I take that little bit off. Cool. Taking that little bit off, now I can go down. And as you can see, if you look at the little things, as I can connect to it, it lights up. So as long as I'm in the area of where I can connect to it, it will light up for me. Then when I'm out of that, it stops lighting up. So I want to connect that to that. We want to copy this. We want to flip it vertical and then flip it horizontally to get the perfect muscle set up. And then I can delete that. And just to prove that it's the same strength, it's going to go through and it's going to work flawlessly. If not better. And then there's your proof right there that it still works absolutely positively the same. It just saves me money off the end. And I'm basically just going to go through and I'm just going to keep creating muscles. This is not a very good muscle, but I mean, you know, I'm not too terribly worried about it. Same with that. We just come through, bang, 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 and across. Then run the simulation again. Make sure all of it goes together. Again, if I'm close enough, I don't have to worry about it. It works flawlessly. I know it's going to work flawlessly because I know I'm close enough. And there you go. And I'm just slowly but surely shaving budget off. And that's basically all I'm going to do is replace all of this metal that I have with wood. I might actually be able to get away with that. Then I'm going to run another simulation through because I'm not entirely sure. It's green, so it's showing me that it's not affected by it, but yeah, I never know. It might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Then from there, I'm going to save the bridge to almost. And I'm just going to go through and I'm going to replace all of this metal. Most specifically, this side is going to be majorly placed with metal. Or not metal. Wood. Probably not going to be able to do that one. Yeah. So I know this side's pretty solid, so it shouldn't be too terribly bad. That might be a mistake and come back to haunt me later on, replacing that particular one. And me not lining these up properly might come back to haunt me in the goddamn future. But you know what? That is future me's problem. And then from there, I just continue to downgrade until I see that something's no longer necessary. So if you downgrade it and it still comes out, you know, pretty fucking clean, then you can start deleting components completely. I know I'm not going to get all the way down to 50 grand replacing pieces, but once I have all of these muscles in and I see what exactly is supporting what, I can delete portions of the bridge completely. This is just me trying to shave off when I can. That, I could probably scoot this in. I might get away with that. You see, it's taken on a little bit more because it's weaker than the metal that was there. But I can get away with that. And just small little things like that. Like I might be able to get away with that. If I adjust this up ever so slightly, I might be able to get that there. We're going to have to muscle this. There's no point in taking an unnecessary risk, you know. Damn. I'm going to make this a little bit thinner than I should. And then again, we just run it. I don't even think I necessarily need that extra piece there. I might just end up deleting that in the end and just scooting that other piece out. Nope. I definitely needed it. That's why we always run through and see if there are any issues. I can extend this out ever so slightly though and make that stronger and see if I can get away with that instead of just going back and undoing the work I just did. No, that has to be metal. So that has to be metal right there. Because I can't do the little muscle because the other piece of that's in the way. So that has to be metal because it's overlapping. And if I keep it metal, it makes it through. So that's kind of sad. When I tried to make the muscle, the next point needs to be here where this is. So unless I want to adjust this in and take a risk, I can't change this to wood. I might adjust it later on. Again, like here, I might not even need this, depending on what kind of pressure this takes. Because, yeah, it's just kind of chilling right now. It's actually not taking, like, any type of excessive pressure down here. So that's just clean. Then from there, I can just make a muscle here. Probably should have done that one properly. And then from there, you can probably, if you look at it, you'll see if it's taking any pressure. Sorta taking a little bit of pressure, but it's not taking like a huge amount of pressure to where it's going to actually change anything. So later on, I'll probably go back to that and end up deleting a portion of that. But this kind of makes me wonder if I even need that little portion right there. That's not even touching anything. So if this holds without this touching anything, then I don't even need any of that, like I was saying. Yeah. So unless in some weird way the weight of this pulling down on this makes that worthwhile, then I don't even need that. Which means the majority of that's getting supported by this over here. And I don't even need the majority of that I have in front of me. We know that this part right here is pivotal to it, but I don't know if any of this other stuff over here is. So let's just try to delete it all. See if it falls. Again, that's an anchor point, and that's not really doing a huge amount. Because this is the anchor point. So, you know, that connecting to that's obviously good. But I wonder. And if I'm not deleting it, I might just make it smaller. Like this might hold itself up if I adjust this. Like that. It's gonna be close. Not quite. Let's do it without the adjustment. As you can see, that gets very, very red. So that's probably not the best thing to do there. At least not without providing this another connection here. Last thing to test is if going like that and making that a truss fixes that. No, it does not. Again, let's try to make this a perfect triangle, or at least as perfect triangle as possible. And it doesn't look like it's going to stop it from breaking. So that's kind of unfortunate, but it looks like I'm going to have to go back to where it was. Yeah. Like that, I think. That barely holds on. And now I'm only down to like needing 30,000. So we're slowly bringing it back. Is this required? Probably is, but this is a point to where both are going down to. Nope, it is definitely required. So we'll just stick to the main plan of muscling this. If these don't work, I could probably do a small triangle here to hold that all together as well. Gonna make weight, but weight don't matter when it's near an anchor. But that's if that's required. Because all of this is still green, so there's a lot I can still remove there. Okay, I'm gonna make me some bigger adjustments. This actually is a little bit too long, and I don't want to move that because that's literally hanging or holding that against the wall. Let's make some big adjustments and take a risk. This will probably blow up in my face because I'm not measuring these at all. Easiest way to do this, by the way, is when you're going out to the middle here, just remember how far you're going out. Like, this is 1.62, this is 1.68. This should have been, like, roundabouts 1.62. So, this needs to be a little bit bigger. It should have been out, like, around this area-ish. So, it should have been a little bit farther out on this side. And kind of make them the same size. I'm not doing that, because, well, as I always say, I'm lazy. Can I make that wood? Let me run this through before I change that. It's very close to breaking. Will you hold that? It will hold that. This didn't really go too terribly red. I'm going to connect that there and see if that can hold that. I'm going to connect this into... Now, this shit shouldn't work without me actually measuring it, but hell. That's why you call it a risk, right? Now the whole fucking thing is red. I'd be surprised if that actually made it. It's like red. Ooh. Ooh, that was like 2 points from breaking. That's crazy. Now that we kind of have, you know, a setting on it, we want to pay attention to these reinforced roads to see if I even need them. So these stay green basically the entire time. Like, I don't need some of these. Over here, it gets... Whoops, I didn't mean to turn that. Over there, it gets a little dicey, but I think I might be able to get away with using a regular mode. These reinforced roads are double the price of those. So even just doing this, if I can get away with it, that's 200 off the cost immediately. And I get away with it. I'm going to be greedy here, and I'm going to actually try to replace both of these. It's probably not going to work. But fuck it, dude. You got to cut prices or cut costs somewhere. Sometimes you got to get rid of good product and replace it with shit product to save money. Same with employees. Sometimes you got to get rid of good employees and bring in shit employees because, you know, they're kind of too useful. You got to pay them too much to keep them around. This is a bad idea, replacing this one. So I'm going to do it anyway. I feel like I've already tried to replace this and figured out that it was a bad idea. But we're going to do it again anyway. Not a lot of pressure on it, though. It might not even be necessary, to be honest with you. Because all of this does is keeps this from sliding into the wall. So if I can get away with shaving this off, this saves me a decent amount of money there, if this works like this. The spring itself is going to be applying pressure both ways, so it might not be necessary. You can see there's more things taking a lot more stress, though, but as long as it doesn't break, we're good. Now, at this point, where I'm only like 20,000 in, this is where you want to start refining your actual supports and all of that, and decreasing the size and whatnot of those to get the last 20 grand off. I'm not going to. And by refining, I mean making things smaller. You can go up to these, you know, you can bring these down ever so slightly here and there. You see the money's just kind of melting off as I do this. You know, just making this a little bit lower. Might have, you know, an effect. Especially if you have areas like this one stand green most of the time. And not really changing. It's a little bit yellow. You can just decrease the size of those. Things like that. This bridge is basically supported by a hydraulic. So I might be able to drop this pretty far down. Or not. We're going to find out. And do something, example, like that, and make this super small. Could even go even smaller. And that saves you a considerable amount of money. Just by downsizing things. Some of these muscles maybe don't need to be as wide. You know, I could probably take a little bit off of that. This is interesting. I actually want to see if this will work. Nah, I'd have to decrease the size of that in order to make that. That's super risky, changing the actual strut. I like the little ninja star that I made there, though. Do I even need that? It don't look like it's doing shit. Oh. Yeah. I see. But also, can't I just do that? It looks scuff as hell. But can I just do that? I do believe I can just do that. That saves me quite a bit of money instead of adding in another muscle where it really doesn't need to be. That's a bad idea, because this is being a pressure onto the wall and whatnot. But I gotta know. Yeah. Yeah. I expected that. This is applying a lot of pressure to this, so in order for me to go wood, I would have to decrease the amount of compression this is going with right now. But also, Does it even need the springs compression? Yeah, definitely. I might be able to get away with muscling this. Springs with compression's a little bit stronger, but I mean, I might be able to get away with it. Because I mean, springs are 330 a meter. This is 450, so it'd probably be about the same cost. Something tells me that there's more than I can do with this. It might not be like, you know, muscle bound. It might not need a muscle replacement, but I think there's something that I can do with that particular side. So now that there's muscles there, I can kind of see why that's working the way it is. It's taking a lot of pressure, though. I can't muscle that because this will go in front of that. So unfortunately, I am done doing basically the most that I can do there. This will just make this floppy, right? Even if I connect these together. Yeah, and if I connect these together, I doubt that they're gonna just hold like that, right? No. What else can I change? This is still fairly green. All of this is still fairly green. This little bit of area here might be able to get even better as well. So now that we have kind of a setup, let me try and delete and replace with just triangles now. And it looks like getting rid of some of these muscles and just using triangles in the place of them might actually be worthwhile. So I went from doing that to just making it simple as possible. So I think the only thing that this part necessarily needs is just something to connect these two together. I don't think it needs half of this shit that I have going on here. If I just do that. So now we're below the 20,000 mark. Well, we went from 86 down to 69. So that's 20 and some change thousand. And we're only about 20,000 off. So I've cut like 17,000 off, something like that. Just from doing minor adjustments and things like that. Replacing parts that don't necessarily need to be there, etc., etc. And I think if I connect that, I might be able to get ahead. It's not quite long enough. Can I get away with that, though? This is like Not red at all. I can't get away with that, though. How about like that? Nah. Well then, if this is like super pivotal there, what about like that? That's not snapping in anymore. I think I actually increased the cost of that by doing that. Wild. 69,195. No, it's still cheaper. Well, this is applying pressure to that. This is applying pressure to that. This is applying pressure up. This is pushing down on that, which is pushing down on that. So most of that is worthwhile. I can't decrease that. Can I by any chance do this like that? And then replace this? No. But even decreasing the size of that makes that a little bit worthwhile. It's hooking in now. I feel as though if I make one spot here a connection and then push up and make a little thing that's coming up here and then connect those in, I feel like I can get rid of a majority of this and I would be done here. I'm not going to, because, well, that's a pain in the ass to try and accomplish, but I think that I probably could just take this apart and make one thing holding this. Because this system right here is holding this up well, and I don't think that I need to support that as much as I am. As with over here, I'm pretty sure I could change this up and just make this support to this rock here, because this is hooked to an anchor point. This doesn't necessarily need any type of support. Pretty sure I could make a small support down like I had before last time and save on all of that and be done here. Also, this should break my bridge by doing that, but I am so curious. Yeah, it does break it. Hydraulic is $750 a meter. And I mean, this is quite a bit over. So if I bring this down ever so slightly, and then slowly but surely bring that down until it doesn't scrape. Ah, it's too much. You've gone too far. Nope. Just go like 2 touches up. Like that. Beautiful. Save a little bit there. I don't know why the fuck that broke like that. Okay, apparently that was a fucking terrible idea. Let's go back a couple of iterations. Why is that breaking when it's connecting now? I see. Nope. Alright, well, sorry for adjusting this. Oh, I know why it was breaking, because I was literally dropping this, but I wasn't adjusting the goddamn hydraulic. Probably won't break now, right? Yeah. You gotta adjust the hydraulic, crazy. How was that connected, sir? I think you're lying to me. Now you're connected. It's pulling a little bit too far, though, but it should be fine. There we go. How much clearance did I have? That's probably as low as I can get there. To be fair, I can probably bring these down even more than what they are. Is this even connected to anything? Hang on. It's not. I don't even need that. This is being supported from the bottom, so I can actually remove quite a bit of that out. That one's connected there, so I might need that second piece, but I'm gonna roll without it and see what it can do. Yeah, these ain't even really going red or anything. This I can probably severely decrease in size. Probably not this much, but if I can get away with it, then I'm going to. Try my goddamn hardest. To be fair, that's not a good triangle. But yeah, looking at the distribution of weight and all of that, I definitely can support it like here and then build a small thing down like this. Bang, bang, around, up, and then connect it here, and I don't have to do all of this craziness out the side. I see this now. The reason I'm not changing it, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm not doing the obvious thing, is because I already seen the damn solutions and all of that, and that's what most people did. But now I'm seeing it like how I should have it set up. Even though, you know, I have seen the solution. If I hadn't looked at the solution, I would have changed this. But I know that that's what most people did, so I'm going to try to do something different. And keep it a little bit difficult on myself instead of metagaming the shit out of it. But I am naturally now seeing that the pressure's coming in like this, and I only need to support it here, though. I have naturally figured that out. But it's too late. Should have figured that out at the beginning, man. Where can I pinch off? Just a little bit. Just a little bit of money. This part right here is still green, which means it's not taking on any of the weight. All of this is doing is holding this straight. So as long as I have something holding this for the most part straight, I don't need to necessarily have a lot of that. To be honest with you. Eh. Let's replace that with that and see if that'll hold that. Not quite, but that was extremely close. Let's actually pull this in ever so slightly. See if I can get that to hold more weight down here. Because this should be red. Not just this one spot. This entire thing should be red. But it's not. And this is breaking because this is putting pressure on it this way. And it's just pushing it out and breaking it. So I need something to hold this more that way. Yeah, it's just not happy that it's having pressure on it from this way. It barely clears that. Or not. It doesn't like that. It doesn't like getting pushed that direction. So what if I instead the hell? Let me adjust you, brother. It's not clean enough. Yeah, that's not clean enough. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. It's not clean enough at all. Yeah, I hate that. Also, I think I'm going back up in money than what I had before. This was my last successful one, yeah? So metal's good enough to fight the force of that trying to push it to the side. Again, is indicative to me just having a structure sitting here, coming off, and then supporting both ways. I'm gonna make a bold move here. Hell nah. Yep. But this also lets me know that the spring force that I'm pushing into this is now going the wrong way instead of going up to where I want it to go. So this why do I feel like I keep going back up in the amount of money I'm spending? That is scuff as hell, by the way. Hmm. If I just do something like that instead, do I get punished for it? Yep. This could be fixed by raising the road ever so slightly, but I don't know how much clearance I have over here to fuck with that. I'll just leave it there. We will take this down a little bit, though. Beautiful. So I can decrease this to get down to about 15,000 or so. Bing, 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 bing. This works. This takes us below 15,000. Since I was some odds like 40, 50,000, something like that. Above that We've come quite a ways. Of course you'd break right at the fucking end. You rude fucking boy. They need like 800% times speed. This is still pulling too hard on that, by the way. There we go. That's better. Now my adjustment shouldn't be as catastrophic. Now we should be below 15,000 budget. Can you survive if I do that? Because this ain't doing anything but connecting all of these together. I don't think it needs to be as wide as I have it. Yeah, that don't need to be as wide as I have it. I mean, I could connect that. I can even connect those with muscles and all of that. That'd save me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'd save me like $500. This is just holding this. This whole thing is just holding these pieces together. Which makes me wonder if I even need the bottom portion of that. That's more significant than just having muscles. And I can still switch at the muscles, but you know, I'm cutting off quite a bit there. Yep. I'm gonna do something dumb, and I'm gonna do that and hope that it works. It's still a triangle, but it's not a triangle here. And like I thought, it's not gonna work because, well, it's not triangled there anymore. This brings me the 61,402. Whoops. And if I do from there to there, 61,569. Better to do that. I thought that transferring it through that would break that piece, but I was curious as to what would happen. Same as if just doing that instead. What would happen? It breaks there because that's not connected. Still a lot cheaper to connect it there than at the other spot. This piece actually isn't necessary. There you go. The reason why that piece wasn't necessary is this whole piece right here going up is what's holding that together, and then this is going across and pushing on this piece but applying pressure there, all in one tandem unit. Having a piece there does absolutely nothing because all it is holding this piece up, but this piece right here is holding that up. You don't need two things holding that up. I might need this piece because this is holding this piece from falling out. But what is this piece holding on? Exactly. It's not holding on shit. I mean, it was helping this when this pushed down into this. It was applying a little, or helping it relieve a little pressure. But that's not necessarily, well, necessary. This is applying pressure up, but then this kind of stops there. So what is this holding? I guess this is stopping this from lifting up, but is there even a reason to stop that from lifting up? The answer is yes. Yes, there is. If this is pressured and pushing this down, and this is pressured pushing this down, what is this piece doing? Keeping that from shooting out? Maybe? Yeah, I guess this is keeping this from pushing that down and that sliding out. This piece is holding that from being pushed out. What's that piece doing, though? Apparently keeping that shit from fucking Swanton bombing everything. I wish I could make this go farther up. I mean, I could, but I mean, I had to unhook this from there. And I would have to hook this directly to the muscle and hope that this muscle could support all of that, which it probably could. But that's not going to save me 9,000 in the end. Dun, 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 dun. Did I already replace this with a muscle? I don't remember if I have. Apparently I have. Let me actually draw this out properly then. This is 2.02, so we need to find 1.01. That ain't correct. 1.11, 1.24, 1.23, 1.18, 1.12, 1.18, 1.121, 1.5, 2.2, 1.121. Forgot how to measure these. But honestly, that's actually not even close. That needs to come in ever so slightly on both sides. That should be close enough to where it has the same effect. If not, I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember how to measure these to get them like 110% perfect. It wasn't a 90 degree to a 90 degree, was it? Nah, that's kind of ridiculous. And that just brings the price to 61. Well, we're at 60,049. Whereas before, it's 59,641. But that does ensure that at least that shit's, you know, even. Well, even until I start fucking with it. Two spaces out. Nope, I think that's still off. 1.21, 1.33, 1.09. I mean, I could just keep adjusting it till it works, to be honest. That is super, super, super fucking close. Okay, we are below the 10,000 mark. That is metal. Can't quite make that. But if I somehow could... 59,776. Honestly, could just do that. This don't have to be as wide. So I can save a bit off of this portion. If I just bring this in ever so slightly and try to straighten this up a little bit. And that might be a little bit too far in. We're gonna find out if it immediately falls into the fucking drink. Can actually adjust that a little bit more, but I'm not going to for now because, well, it's working. Back over to here, where it's still majorly metal. Ah, I remember. Can I get away with this? You typically don't want that to happen, but maybe I get away with that. I can get away with that. In fact, I get away with that so well that I could probably delete even more off of that side. That's playing it risky. In fact, I'm gonna extend that a little bit. Shouldn't have done shit. I actually should have made that smaller. Right now, it's only kind of light green, so it's not even close to being yellow or red. Oh, wait, I forgot. I said this was just a connection piece, right? The only thing this part does is connect these two together. So to be honest with you, I could probably make that really, really tiny. This piece is basically only going yellow. Well, a little bit of orange. But I could probably decrease that ever so slightly. From there, we just ladder, rinse, and repeat till we get rid of all of this metal. That's kind of a big thing right there. I don't think it needs to be anywhere near that size. Also, hang on. What is causing my bridge to go the green to just straight up? Like something's coming disconnected that shouldn't be. As you can see, it's for the most part green. But as soon as that goes in and something drops here, the bridge is now being supported by something else. It shouldn't change color between that. This might be pulling this too hard as well, and it could be adding in extra stress that it shouldn't be. I have something set up wrong. All of this is still connected. That's still twos. Is it you? Are you adding too much undo? Well, no, because you would be doing it from the start, right? So what is causing that to change color from decent, then as soon as this hops off, boom, everything just boom, pressurizes. It's gotta be you, right? Hmm. What are you doing to my bridge when you're coming off of it? You are jostling something and breaking something loose of something. So right there, that last little bounce that end hits the end of my bridge with right there, somehow makes it jostle itself to where it's swaying, but then it never recovers from that sway. That is so bizarre that does that. Again, this piece is just connecting these two pieces together. I don't think I need anything close to that. As a matter of fact, what if I just do something like that? At least it's at least doing something now. It's 58, 521. Still is a little bit better. It's that end of that jostling that. It's so disgusting. Also, I probably need to make sure that all of that's hooked up right on the other end there. See, that's why that's not working. Why does that break? I thought this was just holding that, which makes sense to not hook it to the bridge, but hook it to that. But I guess I was wrong. This actually does something for the bridge on this side. Interesting. Alrighty then. Never mind then. You're actually doing something for the bridge, which makes me wonder what the hell this piece is doing then. Because I feel as though I should be able to get away with just doing that. Nope. How does this work? Boink. Boink. Apparently that's doing something significant to my shit, so I guess I'm just not gonna question it and let it do what it wants to do with that case. Feel as though that's not necessary there. But I don't have a choice. Well, to be fair, still cheaper to do that. That's not hooked in anymore. I somehow adjusted the angle. Run it like that one more time. There we go. Not quite. So we'll just pull it from here more. Way too much. There should be way too little. So I can't help but notice, but when this drops in, this is not a triangle. It's kind of a fucked up shape. What broke? That's not clipping in all the way. Fine. Now we set it all back to normal. one more undo. Something that I just noticed is when this is clipping in here, if I was to extend this out ever so slightly and add in a second hooking point here, to where instead of it all being all the pressure for the road and all that being here, to hook this in here and force it to go back through these muscles, I could probably even shrink this even more. Again, I find it very bizarre. Well, it's not bizarre, but I have it for whatever reason. When I touch the bridge from this direction, this side doesn't get pressured. But then when it touches it from this direction here and pushes it back this way, this side gets highly stressed. Then when the cars get back to this side feels no stress anymore. So my bridge is actually shifting from right to left as things touch it. And that's very interesting to me. We'll do one from there. Yeah, like all of this ain't even really feeling any type of stress right now from there. So if I keep this a little bit more straighter, I think that picks up that extra stress. And I might even be able to get rid of this part here. I'll fix that in a minute. I see something semi-huge. If I get rid of that, leave this at a point here where it's just dug straight perfectly down in there. And it covers all of that. You really gonna make me fix you now, huh? Chesting something. Why you always gotta be like this? To be honest with you, I don't think we're at 57 or 15. I probably need to put one there and one there. Yeah. It's not counteracting the force of the push from either side. Add this in, make this a little bit bigger, make this a lot straighter, so it's actually going to, you know, where it needs to go. That's always helpful. Like that, maybe. Okay, now... The road underside on the left is a large budget. Why not use some steel on the upper side? The road underside on the left is a large budget. Why not use some steel on the upper side? The road underside on the left is a large budget. So you're saying I'm using too much on this side. And why not use some steel on the upper side? But I can say why I'm not using steel is because steel is generally more expensive. But I mean, I understand, you know, like probably putting a steel in here instead of using a whole bunch of muscles. Using like one piece of steel here might be more cheaper. But steel on the upper side, like up here, just makes me question mark. I don't understand. But I might be able to get away with deleting a majority of that. Like that. And then getting away with putting steel somewhere in there. Too far back. Oh, why not use steel up here on the main road? But I'm not using steel on the top because steels just cost more. I actually decreased the size of the struts or trusses, if you want to call them that, just to save a little money off the top. But I kind of see where you're coming from, because all of these like that are having problems. But that's just me trying to adjust this to try and get this better. I have a save of it actually working, and I can go back to where it actually did work. It's falling apart now because I got a little nosy, and I'm trying to just kind of bring it to a fine point, and then eventually bring this to a fine point and try a new build. As opposed to doing it all like this and kind of wonky and crazy. But if I get rid of this and all of that, I think I saved it. I gotta build here at 58 grand before I started messing with it. Here, and this build works as it goes through. Albeit barely, it gets up to 98%, but it does work like this. At 58 grand. It's breaking now because I messed with this portion. I took this little bit off here. And then I took this little bit off here just to see if it could hold itself up. And unfortunately, it don't do too well. And that's what caused that to break. And then I adjusted this over here to make this work a little bit better. But I probably could continue to use metal and get rid of a couple of this in order to make it a lot smoother. Or even get rid of some of these muscles, because some of them are kind of redundant, and just use a basic strut across to connect all of that. Could do either or. I don't know. I gotta drop off about 9 grand more. I came from like somewhere around 80,000, and I've decreased this from like 30 grand already, so Just kind of doing a little bit here and there, trying to get it back down to something usable. I wonder if I can actually pull this down. Like that. No, no, I cannot. Could probably make that smaller. That can I return back into a muscle? That saves me a little bit off the top. Same with that. That saved me like $1,000. Wonder if that's actually necessary. And I can't just do something like that, maybe. Yeah, this is like green. I actually don't need to do... I can take off a lot more here. Hmm. $58, $146. So that would be 57. So is it even worthwhile trying to triangle this? Not really. I mean, at least it's yellow now. But now I don't even think this is useful. Well, I guess when these come through, it's probably going to break that, huh? No, it's holding strong. Till the end. So maybe leave that in, but bring that in ever so slightly. I also feel like I should just be able to... So see, that looks scuff. That looks like very scuff. Yeah, that's very scuff. To the point to where it actually collapses it. Can I get away with that? We're gonna find out. Yes, I can. Okay, well that's 57. It's a lot better if you do it the easy way. And just combine these two into one thing. But that's alright. Well, if I connect this up with this in a more straighter line and actually continue that, I might, just might, be able to take off a significant portion of my budget. So I go straight through there, straight through to there. That's actually not even in line with that though. So I'd have to take that straight through from there to there. I'm gonna run it. It should break because this ain't in line with that, but whatever. Yeah, you can see that that's getting red, and then the bottom part isn't because it's not actually sharing the weight load. I might actually get rid of all of this. Draw a line from there to there. One, let's just see if we can just do this the old chump way and not have to do much. Obviously, it's not going to work, but hey, you never know. If that somehow holds, that is a significant budget decrease, and I'm alright with that. Jump strats almost work, and I'm actually surprised it got as close as it did before falling there. So where were we at before? We were at like 57 and some change. So coming off of that, I mean, it might be worthwhile to pop some metal in right there. But that worked out way better than I thought it ever would in my wildest of dreams. This even hold any weight? It does. You did that. I seen that. It's because of that bump at the end. I might make the compromise. And by compromise, I mean putting a muscle there instead of that piece of metal. Yeah. So if that works and makes it 56,328, I can just simply put a muscle there. Wait, 56,328. Yeah, 56,328. And that brings it down to 56,286. And now we're down to 56,286. So now we're only 6,000 away. That's not too terribly bad. I didn't even check the before and after. $286 to 209. I should probably be able to take out just ever so slightly a little more. I made the left side with truss only instead. I used the sharp of the rock in the center to hold the support in place. I mean, yeah, I know that solution. That's what most people did, is just make something here and then support both sides with just one thing instead of two. And then they use the rock to support all of that, which I had originally. I had a piece of rock coming out to support that. But I'm not going to metagame it. I'm not going to look up the solution and see whatever the people did, then change what I did to match it. Because then there's no point. Because if I don't learn anything, you know, what's the point in doing it? That's a bad idea, but I'm curious to see if that'll actually do anything. That is significantly better than I thought that ever could ever do there. Doing another muscle here isn't going to solve the issue, though. That's just going to transfer the force to the next thing. So I am going to end up having to make some adjustments, but that's fun. So in essence, this one should break now. Close, but didn't. 69%. Hell yeah. Yeah, like these, where you have the little supports there holding your entire bridge up. That's what most people did. Only 5 grand away. We will get there eventually. Might not be today, might not be tomorrow, but I will eventually make it there. At the start, when I first played this map, I wasn't even able to make a basic bridge to even come this far, so I've come quite a long way. Honestly, I could probably get rid of that. That little bit would save me quite a bit. How close is that to touching that? Can I bring this closer down, or is that just barely making it? That is barely making it. Never mind. I do not have what I thought I had. Also, does that even matter? If that's... Yeah, goddamn. Let's drop this down a little bit. It's gotta be 20% or it's not gonna make it. Gotcha. Now can this wood hold 20%? It looks like it might be able to hold 20%. No, I lied. So nope. In the hydraulic part on the right side, the road was lifted and shared. Oh, shared the force on the little wood piece. Yeah, I'd probably have to move the hydraulic. But to be honest with you, hydraulic is expensive per meter. If I shorten the hydraulic, I probably could save a pretty penny there. The question is where do I want to hoist this from? Honestly, since this is already pressuring that, I might be able to... Nope. Not at all. Okay, what if I just use the anchor point instead? Then I could change that to wood. That looks like that might work if I adjust this. Oh, meant to hit 35%, but whatever. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Whoops. Oh, come on. That is highway robbery. So there's 54.5. It means that the underroad was lifted hydraulically. Ah, gotcha. I'm waiting on the challenge of this, to where you only can do it with springs. I know how to do this with springs, and it'd actually be easier than hydraulics for me. But I wonder if I can get this now that the hydraulics and all of that aren't putting undue pressure onto that. So that would save quite a bit. Honestly, if the hydraulics isn't pushing on this, I might not need this at all anymore. That works. That brings it down to 52.6. Not quite, but I think there's something that I can do. To help that guy along. I'm trying to help you, little buddy. Hang in there. Nah. I don't remember where the hell I was now. Right here. Gotcha. So 4,000 out. I don't need to save that because it just completed unbreaking, but still. Only I could just reach that. Hmm. If I get away with that, that's insane. Oh, I've had my share of road braking troubles. I just don't understand the engineer portion of it. I mean, I'm not an engineer, and I basically just picked this game up and started playing it a couple of years ago. But if I understood how things worked, I probably wouldn't have any issues with this game. But that's also what makes the game fun to me, is because it's challenging. And it's something that I know nothing about, and I gotta kind of solve what's going on. This ain't bad though. We're down to the last like $3,500. A little skim here. And we should be alright. Well, that's just keeping that from flying out. Can't I just do that instead? I ain't risking that. That looks terrible. But if I continue this up, then that's an issue, even if I do go back through and do it that way. I think I'll get away with making this a little bit smaller. So that takes me to 3,000 if that works. Like, all of this is green. All of this is basically green. And there's a lot of areas that are green. I don't know why that road loves to fucking break, but that's fine. But there's a lot of green areas that it looks like I can adjust things for. Whoops, I clicked out of the game. If I could just get some pressure off of this road, I think I could literally get rid of the majority of that. I could not come up with a solution using your spring. This is a great one. Yeah, it's kind of like mechanism setting. But if you basically set a piece of bridge out and have it basically scrape up against this with like a spring, once this goes through, this will slam onto the end of this. And once this goes by, you can actually make it lock in at the end of that by setting it down here. So it'll just and then keep itself, you know, set there or there, depending on where you pick. And then it's kind of the same here. If you have this set on a spring to where this can go through and give it a little pop, the weight of these two going through will push the spring down and basically cushion their fall, allowing them to fall on top of that and then drive through. And then they'll climb up the other side because this is set up against the rock, and then you can go straight in. Now, if they reduce your budget doing it the spring way, that's not going to be possible, but I can see the solution using springs, but when it comes to hydraulics, my mind's just like, yep, GG. Well played. I want to get rid of all of that. If it would just let me get rid of that, that would be so good. But for whatever reason, if that little hump's not there, it doesn't count as being supported. What if I do that? No. What if I do this? So there's all of this need to just support it from farther up here and make like an angle like that. Is that what I'm... Oh. I hate that one piece of road. I'm thinking about just reinforcing it just so I don't have to go through that. Like, yikes. I mean, I could just leave this here, muscle this down, and try and pick this up in one spot as opposed to all the way on the other side. By connecting the two leftmost anchors in a straight line, those two cars can climb that ramp. Like from there to there? We talking spring or hydro? Oh, you're talking about from there to there. Or from there to there. Gotcha. Oh man. How much is this even worth anyway? Wow. Should definitely look into shortening that hydraulic path, huh? Jesus. I see. So that's for 53,115. That's 53,365. But I can also build off of that and create a little place for that hydraulic to sit and probably shorten the path. Well, no, I can't shorten it, but I can also... There is something I can do with that hydraulic there. What's the length of this? 3.43. Well, it'd have to come down from down there. There's like 5 meters though. And that's 360. It's 329. Well, I'd have to go lower than that. Wish I could do something with these pieces of metal. If I move this, I'm pretty sure it's just going to break again. This game likes torturing me. And that is so green, I can probably make that shorter. If that don't break. Like, that entire area is so green. Okay, that might be a little overkill, but we're gonna find out if I can get this down to 53. Just don't break that little piece. Okay. I want to get this below 53 though, so I'm gonna do the dumb and push my luck where I shouldn't be pushing my luck. just to get below 53. Hopefully that doesn't majorly change anything. So these aren't even close. I can make these a little, well, this one a little bit smaller. There we go. So that's 52,998. Those are muscles. You just can't see because they're so close together. Down to the last 3 grand. We are surely getting there. Instead of deleting them, what if I just shave this down a little bit? I could make that into a muscle and probably delete that. I'm just going to shave it down ever so slightly. Might be as bold to undo that and not even make that a muscle. Is it going to fail terribly? Yeah, because that's not even holding anything, but you never know. Like, it's so green here. I dislike that. A little bit of shaving there. That's a bad idea. So is this. But I'm going to do it anyway. Nice. So I can't delete it. What if I just make this like extremely small? What if I bring all of this in? I'm flirting with disaster right now, but I'm also like, what if I just do something like this? I've touched this in the past and it's automatically failed. So I basically doomed myself, but let's see. It's so green. It's so green. Let me guess. You broke there. You always break there. But this side, it's so green. I just don't understand. I pushed it too far. You've gone too far. Actually, I shouldn't touch that because I'm going to have to realign that again. Don't know, it's just like, I haven't even really adjusted that much. I could probably get the rest that I need out of that. Like, these stay green till that goes in. Then they turn a little bit yellow, but I'm not seeing any hints of red. A little bit of orange, but not like a huge change in anything. So what if I bring this in closer? Then what? Does any of these get red now? There's yellow. Not even close to red. That one is. It'll probably break if I bring it in, but we sure as heck gonna try. This also ain't a complete muscle. Bring it all the way in, dude. Screw it. Hmm. Just out of curiosity. Interesting. Because all of these are together because they're twos. But if you lock them into place, it falls. The hell kind of bullshit is that? What? Do what now? Okay. I'm just supposed to accept that answer. 52,198. I don't see this one actually working though. So I'd have to adjust this angle over here. But if it makes it, I'll accept it. It does make it. I should have had to adjust this angle here for that to make it. It's 52,198. I can't go much farther than that. I shouldn't be pushing the limits of this. But the budget goes down so far, the more I bring this closer. It goes down so much. You would be doing me a great treat if you would accept that. I didn't think so. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. I didn't think you were gonna do what I wanted you to do there. Too far. There we go. I mean, I could always just do this, and then go to this, and that to find the solution. Hmm. 2,198. Surely this doesn't work, right? I didn't think so, because the spring's basically doing nothing at that point. But does the spring actually need to do anything at that point? That's the question. That's not being held up by anything. Yeah. That's a bad idea. That won't reach. Hmm. And I could do the thing here. Boom, boom, then boom. Well, 51, 962. Nope, it's stressing from the middle. Fine. This is going to be more expensive, yeah? No, it's not. Apparently more spring. And that's a triangle, too. So it shouldn't be that much of an issue. I can actually scoop that up. Oh. This can be scooted up. Never mind. It can't go any farther. That's 51,907. Damn it. Had to try. Like here, if I could just wipe all of that out. Well, that's 52,619. That's not any better. I don't think I can get away with making a farther out muscle here. I don't think I get away with this. Oh, Chihuahua. Damn it. And now I got plenty of room, so I could actually scoot that left. That ain't gonna work. We're already 72%. Oh, oh, oh. Fine, I'll keep the medal there, game. You win. But I will use less of it. Alright, 51,781. I don't know if that was better or worse. It was better. Better than 54. Nope. I'd have to redo this entire portion for that. Say that would be bizarre if that worked, but I've seen weirder. What about that? Well, that's not gonna do anything, brother. Well, if I remove that, I might as well remove that one too, yeah? Well, that's not true, because this would dangle without it. It's still so green. It makes me wonder if I even need a muscle or anything here. It's 51,555. I think I said it was this one? Nice. From here, honestly, if I was smart, I would just decrease the length of the hydraulic by just making a little foop, foop, and then adding the hydraulic back in. Well, I guess you wouldn't have... No. I'd have to put it like here, maybe, and then decrease that a little bit, but... This is actually getting interestingly fun, just taking a piece off here and there. Just a little nitpick here and there. So... It's like the muscle's not really doing much here. It just needs support leading up to here and up to there. So it's coming here and hitting here and coming there and hitting there. But all of this is holding that together. What about that? It's a very, very minute change, but I'm taking whatever I can get now. I feel as though I'm overlooking something important. Could probably do something with that. Shorten these a little bit more. Could shorten those a little bit more. Yeah, these barely go yellow at the top. I can definitely make those much, much smaller. Make that exactly 51,000. Not quite. I mean, this is already stressing. I guess because the hydraulics pulling on it makes sense. Make it. Both of you can't be on that at the same time. That's... Why didn't I think about that? If I was to just at the start make a block here to slow this one down, to make this one go by itself, then I wouldn't even have to do a bridge strong enough to hold both of them. That's probably high score strats. Make a very basic bridge that can support them by themselves and not both at the same time. Make a little arm that sits in front of this that stops this ever so slightly for this to go across by itself. And then have one all the way up here while the other one's kind of back here. And have one basically cross at this. That is so genius. That or just flinging them across. Interesting. I'm gonna make that portion bigger. And in exchange, I'm gonna make this portion smaller. I should have made the other one bigger too, so that's probably gonna fail. Fine. I don't remember where the hell I was before. Anything that's lower than 284 is alright. It's no longer yellow, it's light greenish. I guess it's technically still a little bit yellow, but it's not as dark yellow. That might barely be passing. Would you just stop? Stop. Start over. It's about we just pull from these ends like that. If I do that instead, and we go the opposite direction. I'm going to start fat shaming you. You're going to get me banned. So, I could probably mess with that to get a little bit more cut off, but I'll save that to the end. I mean, I have all of this to mess with, to be fair. Let's get down to at least 200, making very, very minor adjustments. Honestly, this can be... It's 51058. You're so fat. God dang it. That's fun. I'll add some here, and I'll take some away over here. It's fun. How that don't break is beyond me, by the way. Well, I know how this pushes it back over, but still. That's not good. Or maybe it is. I think it's because I misaligned that with that it's giving me an issue right now. Can I scoot this over? If I do this and line that better up, I don't think I'll have that much of an issue. And that's where it's kicking my butt from. Now that should be lined up good enough to where that shouldn't break from the stress. So it's gonna break from the other side. Okay. I see how y'all. I can't line up both of them. That's not gonna happen. I can't do both. So close. What about that? All of that's green down there. Except for the piece that I just moved, apparently. Okay, that takes us down to $1,205 dues. That's making that worse. How about we don't? I feel like I can get away with dropping this. But every time I feel like I can get away with something, big boy over there just plows through it and breaks it. You know what? This side is so green that I'm gonna make a bold call, and I'm gonna delete that completely. And I guess, I mean, that's not really doing anything either, right? But I'm gonna make the call and delete that and see what happens here. It is so green over there. As long as big boy goes gentle. Dun 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 dun. Boom 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 ba boom boom ba dum boom boom boom. If you just weren't here, it would be so much easier. God dang it. Didn't think about the fact that it'd be pushed that way. Just thinking about getting the big boy across. Let's get silly. That's never gonna work. And if I was to do that, why not just pull this in more instead? Down to the last 1,000. So I'm gonna ask myself, or ask you something. Is this thing right here even doing anything? Like, honestly, though, when it's being pushed down, it's going along this line here. And when it's being pushed forward, it's going along this line right here. Is this one piece even doing anything? And if I get rid of that particular piece, that makes me wonder if this piece is even well, this piece actually is doing something, because it kind of makes up the muscle that goes around that way. I'm gonna delete it too, just to see what it's actually, you know, contributing. But that first piece, I don't see it necessarily doing anything to help my build. Big boy. How much would this cost me? It'd take me up to 557. I might be willing to eat that. Anything from preventing Big Boy from just going in and crushing everything. My hopes, my dreams, my fantasies, everything just sat on by this gigantic dump truck. And I know I could well, actually, I don't even think it's worth muscling that to try and save a little bit there. If I do that and adjust the muscle, do I get away with that? No, I do not. Since I know this is the line that this follows, I can't do much there, and this follows that line. That's risky. Yeah, I might have trimmed as much out of that as I can, even though it's so green when it goes across. Like, that's not being touched. That's not really being touched a lot. Any of that. This, I mean, I don't. To be honest with you, I really don't. I could probably even muscle that instead. And still have enough left over. Okay, I lied. I won't have enough left over if I muscle that. Please. Just reach. Wait. What if I do this instead? I mean, that's not the worst in the world. Why muscle? Because I'm a muscle head. That is 5141. And I probably can bring this in. But that'll make that longer, yeah. That'll make the price go up. Yeah. But I can probably bring this in ever so slightly. And make that go like that. Please. Something like that. Good call out on that metal. There it is, finally. And that is level complete, under budget, and unbreaking. GG indeed. Jesus. I'm only doing one because this is as torturous as can be, and I haven't even started the challenges on that particular one. But Jesus. Like, I managed to do all of that, not knowing much about the game. My buildings are jank as hell, too. Like, let me show you just a random one. Look at my jank ass shit that I make. Don't make no sense. Okay, that one's kind of clean. Sorta clean. That one ain't too terribly bad. Let's go this one. Thread the needle. Oh, that's just kind of a... That one's not too terribly bad either. These are all weird, so that's not gonna look that much or that great. There you go, diagonal drawbridge. I remember this one giving me trouble. Look how jank my drawbridge looks. Like, look at this. Look at this. It's so jank, but it works, so I accept that. Oh, it's so bad. Then you look at other people's, and you look at how clean some people's are. Some are like real bad, but it's like, man. Oh, for the one we just played, this one. I'm telling you, I do some of the jankiest things. See if we can go to the gallery here and see what we see. I noticed halfway in that this was incorrect and I can make this into one thing, but I had already seen the solution, which is why I didn't do it that way. A lot of people used this and only used one thing out of it. That's interesting. How the hell is a piece of rope? Oh, because the rope is... It's tensegrity. Oh, it's a tensegrity bridge. I didn't know you could do things like that. I feel like that's cheating. And then he's just gonna make the top go up and one come down. Fair enough. Only using one road that goes over. What in the world? Oh, I thought that looked different. See, that's what I noticed partway through, is that you can combine them both to cover the same thing. Instead of separately. Yeah, most recent. I already looked at that one. That's interesting. Too complicated. And then you find an engineer whose shit's just fucking magnificent. That's actually pretty clean looking. Oops. I wish you could click a button and it would populate whatever bridge that was being built in front of you and just disable the achievement to score. Because I would love to see these and actually look at how they're put together and all of that. My dude. What? Really? Really? That is the epitome of laziness. I thought I was a scumbag playing this game, but Jesus Christ. No effort. Shame. This a launch? This might be a launch. Yep. Yep. There's the launch. That's more like I was thinking about too, just to get it done quick. That's a glitch though that they still haven't fixed. Where's the overly engineered one? There's always one that's just crazily folded up and all of that that somebody spent hours on. Guess if I go budget wise and I go towards the end, I can find one. Come on. Um, my dude's in first person. Polytech modded. I didn't know they had modded. Hmm. Here we go. Oh, I was expecting more. Why? I guess they made it more realistic, maybe? Oh, here's a spring solution I didn't think about. right in the middle, just have it to where it plops it over. Well over budget, but that's interesting. I'm not seeing anything like overly engineered. Generally, oh look, this is all springs. Oh, stiff springs apparently. This is cheating. Nope. Well, that might be one. Nah, that just pulls that down. I mean, I suppose you can just go over everything and not have to worry about it and then drop a piece in. If you don't care about budget, I guess as long as you're having fun, that's a solution. The guys that cheated the map, though, that's just kind of shameful. So there's nothing really heavily over-engineered. And I'm kind of sad that I can't find one, because generally there's one person that goes way too far and creates like a Ferris wheel or something weird. There was a jump, or a fling, I should say. Those are always funny to see. But nah, there's nothing really over in there. Alright, well, that is going to be... It's probably because I put on breaking only. Well, no, because it was already set on. Never mind. That's going to be the end of the stream. I will probably be back sometime next year to finish this off because it takes me way too long. This is one of my faster Polybridge streams, though, despite it being 6.5 hours. I do have 12-hour ones that I've spent on bridges. So, still, faster than usual. But anyway, I appreciate you, Shiba, for stopping by. Shiba, for stopping by. I really do. You helped me figure out this nightmare that I was going through. Oh boy. Anyway, that is it. And as always, supplement your lifestyle, and I will see you next time. Peace.